Hello, everybody. Oh, I have my pen up for whatever reason. Oh, because I was. Oh my! What is going on? I don't know what is going on at all. Who knows what's going on? Hi, guys. Welcome
I'm gonna write
in.
notes on my head.
I'm gonna write notes on your head. I've got to make sure that we keep up with this investigation, and I don't have paper, so we're going to use the next best thing that's closest to me. Um,
As everybody knows, cat fur is really easy to write on with pen.
Yeah, 100%. I can vouch for that. That is definitely. You know what? You know what? Maybe my pen's not just like an ink pen. Maybe it inscribes words straight to your brain when I write on your head.
Terrifying.
How do I get
It's a
this
new
to?
kind of intrusive thought.
How do I get this to go away? Um,
Why did you have it out?
I think it's because I hit celebrate or not celebrate. Hi, thanks for the celebrate chat. I saw celebrate. My mind is elsewhere. I was testing tits and the hotkey that I have. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know why I was pulling it out. That wasn't even in VTube Studio. Oh, we're a hot mess starting tonight, guys.
Put in the hot
Oh,
mess.
no, that's not what I what. Oh, that's not what. No, no, there we go. I don't know what I was doing or what happened, but something happened. Um, yes, indeed, we're here. We are live. we are. we are streaming. Okay,
Professional streamer.
professional streamer. I had to laugh. Um, Ultimo sent me a screenshot apparently on Twitter last night. V shoujo was a trending word, and right under it was Michi was a trending word, and he's like, "What did you do?" like
Oh, got it.
I'm like, man, I guess you caught me. I secretly started working for V shoujo. Big VTuber energy now.
Didn't tell any of
Didn't
us.
tell anybody. Nope, not a word. Big V shoujo VTuber now.
Yep.
Definitely. The tracking is gonna be so fun tonight too. It looks like we're already off to the races, having a great time. Okay, let's get it in here. We're just gonna deal with the tracking. You know what? I'm hoping that it's just my graphics card can't keep up with everything while we're streaming, and that's why it starts lagging. Because I have a new graphics card that's supposed to be here. A graphics card and RAM are supposed to be here on Tuesday, so I'm excited about that. I'm jumping, like, oh my god, I think 2 generations. I'm going from a
Wow.
1050 Ti to I think a 3060 or 4 no. Yes, 3060. I'm excited about it. Okay. Off topic. We're off to a great start here. An excellent start here. With technical difficulties and Michi difficulties. So let's get back into it. So it's been 3 weeks now. So I had to rejog my memory before we started here. But we have just finished a stint in the trial, and we are about to go into another round of investigation. Last we left off, we were talking to Mr. Vigil Daly, who was like head guard or something. Some sort of head. Uh, I can't word tonight. Why do I even try to look for synonyms? He was a head guard in the prison during the time the professor was there, and also I believe escorted him to his execution, but the professor didn't die, question mark. So we're digging into more information because Mr. Vigil collapsed on the stand the last time we were there. So it's time to get back to sleuthin'.
Listen,
Sleuthin'. Also, probably turn down the audio just a tad. I'll probably put it right there. The audio, ever since I've changed over to my new mic to capture Great Ace Attorney Chronicles has been challenging, to say the least. I can't ever remember what I've done, so hopefully, it's not too loud. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite.
sweet. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. "10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Is it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
He's not Miles, he's Ryunosuke.
Miles is much later character that comes probably a good 100 years from now. Get it right.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I must go, my people need me.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you?
My voice can't hit these Iris tones. It's still recovering. It's having trouble.
My voice is also kind of hubbernecked, so I get it.
Handshake emoji. It's gonna be a great voice acting night.
There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
Stick with the program.
Exchange.
Give an arm for an arm, a leg for a leg, or an arm, a leg, and a whole body for your mother. He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own.
Two.
So it's group therapy. Got it.
But he just can't take his own advice and leave her alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I have to say that line that says that's so true. For whatever reason, the first thing that came to my mind, which I don't even use this language, much less have people around me that use this language often, but it's like, oh, that's so true, bestie.
I could see Arya saying it.
I will say Arya.
Like I don't think she has said it, but I could see her saying.
You
it.
could. There is potential for Arya to utter those words.
Yeah.
You say that a lot, Chai. Maybe I was feeling Chai's energy in the chat here, and I just knew that Chai would say something like that.
See, that's the trick. I'm not Chai's bestie, so I never hear it. Wah, wah, wah.
And you think I'm Chai's bestie?
Yes.
Yeah, because Chai and I definitely talk all the time.
Best kept. I mean, I wouldn't know.
Well, it's my second secret I'm revealing. Not only did I join Bishoujo, I'm besties with Chai.
It's an educational evening.
It is. Everything's being unearthed.
Inseparable.
Inseparable. Yep. Chai and Michi. Dynamic duo. We're debuting together, actually. Oh my gosh, Chai, be
There you
quiet.
go.
Shh, don't give away too much. We gotta keep some of it a secret.
I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. No, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
He doesn't know how to play that Stradivarius very well. It's very distracting. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellow, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Boring.
I personally don't have my own what's this thing called? It's like, oh god, I forgot what he's titled it when he does his own little show and dance and says just like the most off the wall bullshit.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of the name either.
I can't, it's been too long.
Spectacular's in there somewhere.
Yeah, something spectacular. Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me. Iris doesn't do that. Iris likes to come up with a plan. Iris
She
is
gets the right answer the first time.
She gets the right answer the first time. Iris is the reason why they still have this suite, because she's the one that makes sure that rent gets paid. She has a plan.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zyx definitely didn't do it.
Oh goody, I'm so glad that your boyfriend's not a bad guy.
Which one?
Number 3. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there's another development too. Ozma.
Boyfriend number 1. Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, the end of the proceedings earlier. He's like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Except in the bedroom.
Okay, Ryunosuke.
What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Group therapy!
Okay, you know what? Before we go to the next one, my tracking is not doing the tracking thing. Let's see. We can reinvigorate it.
Wait.
Sorry, I'm gonna be clearing my throat like all of stream. The congestion is still very real.
Yeah, I keep muting my mic to do that. So,
That's you know what? I've got a nice little mic now with the little button on it. I could probably do that instead of forcing you all to listen to me go every line.
it honestly doesn't register in my head when you do it, so
That's good. At least it's not like annoying or nasty sounding.
yeah.
Does it just not want to connect? Oh my god. You know, I don't tell me the IP changed. Don't tell me the IP changed. I want to shout. I'm shouting the IP changed. Are you kidding me? No wonder my tracking stopped working. I don't know why I did this. Technical difficulties, that's why. All lined up. Okay. Moikai. Let's see if we can do this. Wow! Amazing! No, it's really great whenever you have the right IP connecting everything together. I was like, oh man, it's just struggling because it's struggling. And granted, it's still struggling. But it's actually tracking now. Oh yeah, what a mood. Struggling? That's been me for like the last like 5 years.
Damn.
Okay, the Reaper's Innocence.
If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, Lord Van Zykes has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that would be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so. But, curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
Yeah? Forgot about that.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zykes, though, aren't there?
Do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
The phrase according to has been forever ruined for me.
According to the Orchis Mechanic Analyst Cardinal,
That's the one.
we all turn our attention to.
And it turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office.
That sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
Then why is the notice board in there covered in those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear. That sounds more like some horribly That sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
He hasn't been moving a lot lately.
Exactly, it'll make it easier. He hasn't been many places.
I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well,
According to the Orchis Mechanist Analyst Cardinal, and this entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish I had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day it wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? A celebrate from Asphar.
Welcome in, Asphar. Thanks for the celebrate.
Establishing an alibi. Oh my!
Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always just thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Also true. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
Damn.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, Lord Van Sykes felt the need to investigate Gregson.
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one?
Of course I do. I know everything like that.
The only hospital. I guess there's like two.
I think there's at least two that we've established. It's St. Sinners. St. Signers? St. Sinners.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Yep.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. An accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder of the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No.
Yes. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Same. There's more! For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Rexy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
I know what you do in the bedroom at night.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then. Signers.
Signers.
Well, it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
You think it's a water pistol, Reno? It's that full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it'll be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything.
And hope Ginny doesn't filch it.
Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Okay. Can't go there. Let's go talk to the insects. Second November, local prison, cell 1.
Lord Finsax is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
You must notice that we're here, surely.
You know you can talk directly to me instead of about
And
me.
stop calling me Shirley.
Stop calling me Shirley. My name is not Shirley. What do you Nipponese want?
That's no way to greet a lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Perhaps not.
Hmm? Come on, man. It's like you're supposed to greet him with a kiss.
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Besides a kiss.
Lord Finsax, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very spring.
I must say, I was impressed.
Oh, well, thank you.
Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yes.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a
A
man
little
such
too
as me,
sardonic.
for a man such as me, so loathing at the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Play the part. That's something that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper. Because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
The henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone's using you.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No. The Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the essential figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
What?
No.
No.
No!
No. Gregson, the Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization, with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson... that he was behind all those awful criminal meetings there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper. But the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
We don't actually know who carried out the killings, then.
Actually, I do have a name.
You... what?
Well, you can name the man. You're the true identity of the Reaper already, then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Assassin.
Wait. What? Shin? That's the thing on my leg! It's Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. I hope he's not saying this out loud.
This is time to not be speaking out loud, Rinosuke.
Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, a mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. By me, Money Memo! And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. Can't mention here. Oh my god. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, he says, not so quietly under his breath.
Rinosuke, please.
Kicks him straight in the shin. Be quiet.
My Asa Shin. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely the man is her father.
the shin. I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi? You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It's all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Kenshin Isuki, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, and more. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Ah, I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zykes was a noble, an upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nepalese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
Glenn Van Zykes had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
oh no, I hear that voice and I have to go. That's bad news. That is bad news right there.
Kermit the Frog here, prepare to die.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. Surrounded by Muppets!
I think Kermit's the only one that I could reliably do, though.
I'm sorry, what you can reliably do?
Kermit's the only voice I can reliably do. Especially right now.
Yeah. I will say though, my voice, where it's kind of like, because I was like to the point where I almost lost my voice, was it last week?
Yeah.
It's in a lower register, so it is definitely lending hand. I don't know how well it sounds, but it's definitely lending hand to making it easier for me to get to where I usually speak for Van Zykes. So I will give that. Iris, on the other hand, though, whoo, that's got a lot of work to get up to the meager voice I'm doing tonight. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zykes, alright. You got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. Jim Henson had sent them. But just when I thought my time had come.
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
It was Asogi's voice. Just a whisper in my ear.
ASMR.
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was
He'd been
seeping.
impacted.
He'd been impacted, most certainly. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. He'd lost his 50-50. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zykes.
That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me. Though your Herman impression was uncanny.
I'm a man of many talents.
The Professor. The Reaper and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
Ayo.
Susato. I know you're a very progressive woman, but I don't know if we should be talking about that right now.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. I think assassination refers to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. That means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then.
Alright. Before we head back to the hotel and go meet with Susato's dad, we are hitting the top of the stream hour. So, or I guess it is the top of the hour too. We're hitting the top of the hour, the top of the stream hour. And what that means is it's time to take our hourly ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you guys will hang tight here for just a little bit, we will be right back after these ads. So, see you in a minute. All right. Thanks for this. Is that why you were? Is that
Yeah.
you weren't quite ready to celebrate, so you were not ready to go live quite yet? I see. Thanks for the celebrate as well as far. I see your attorney's badge. I do. Okay. Let's head over. What should we do? I think we should probably go talk to Mr. Vigil first, actually. Then we can come back to. We gather all of our information, and then we head back to the hotel to go talk to Susito's dad. 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. I don't know why my voice wanted to try to start veering British.
'Cause we're in Britain.
Yep. I've never narrated with a British accent before, so definitely now is the time to start.
Yeah.
Most of the voice. Well, okay, actually, you know what? Depending on all the mob characters that I've picked up, I probably did more British accents than I have different variations of my own voice. But I guess we're not supposed to be here. Actually, what is that on the floor? Is it a trash can? Is it empty like my soul?
What?
I don't know. Oh. I have this habit of saying it, not because I personally believe it, but I watch a YouTuber named Manly Badass Hero, and that is one of his things. Whenever if something is empty, then he'll reply with like my soul. And typically in video games that he's playing, it's usually he'll look in a trash can, and then the trash can will be empty, and so his response is like my soul.
Oh.
It's just
I didn't know you were that depressed.
No, I'm not. It's just habit at this point because I've watched him for quite a while now. So it's just a habit that I picked up that is not in relation to me whatsoever. It is a reference. Well, I guess we weren't supposed to go here. So we'll come back. So much for thinking ahead. Second November, Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
Are you sure about that?
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. Wouldn't you say?
I was dad, wasn't I?
Yeah,
Yeah, because you were the judge.
yeah.
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Introductions ensue. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Hillock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining the bright look in your eyes. That was
I
a
wouldn't be
pearl
smiling
face.
so.
Sorry. Sorry, I just saw that. I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a pearl face.
Yeah. Wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, I'm fairly sure you admitted by Cosmo on the end there.
Shh, he's here to support you too. No. Please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. It further solidified that he speaks under his breath.
Yeah. Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. You especially. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no. You did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to.
He's just simply one hell of a judge.
Yeah.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right. It didn't appear until after the case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zykes, who was in the dock yesterday. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zykes, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon.
Then they...
Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of Helios was killed. Shh, don't say anything.
Oh, no.
Be very quiet right now. I don't know if now is the time.
Professor Mikitova, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the one of the professors talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this anyway. She has to know eventually. It's been a year.
It has been a year. But I agree that this is not the time and place. I think we should divulge to her. I don't think
Yeah.
in the action of going through a case she should find this out. This should be let's be at home, let's sit down and have some tea, let's talk about something serious. Whenever other things are settled. I don't think now is the time to break this to her. But we're gonna talk about it anyway for whatever reason.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think
No,
I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Yeah. You just try to leave me behind. All right, goodbye. We're walking way out of eye and earshot. We'll be back with biscuits.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the accredited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father. Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case. But it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. So, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
But how many John Wilsons went to Japan?
Yes, how many John Wilsons went to Japan? How many... Not only that, but Sholmes knows something. And I'm pretty sure that he made comment too that he had a partner, I believe he referred to them as, a partner that went away and ended up dying, so...
Right.
Kind of all leads to the same guy, but I guess stranger things have happened in Ace Attorney game.
Yeah. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Convenient.
Why are you making that face, Chai?
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you?
I'm just silly. Ponderous, even. I see.
Guilty! Ha 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 ha. That guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since the morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shikoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
What was trying? Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Add it to your court evidence.
Oh, what a lovely picture!
Certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain."
The commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record.
Oh no.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No. No, that's so true, bestie.
It's forever ingrained in me now. I can't see those words without thinking that. I don't know why.
So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany back to Japan.
You want me to do...
What? Father! What's the meaning of this?
Now, sister, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh. You mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. Having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruto, are precisely the man our country needs.
So... you'd be leaving then, Runa. But then... what am I supposed to do, Father?
Hang out with Kazuma.
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Ozma's also supposed to be a defense lawyer, but here we are.
Semantics.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father,
Please, the pair of you. Don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it. And come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes. Alright. Sounds like we're going back to Japan.
you... you won't leave, will you, Verna?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Cosmo's will. But now he's not dead. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... Where does that leave me? Dang.
Having a midlife crisis early. Well, if you'll excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
Don't say that again.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home.
Fades into the ether.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always been a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this.
Yes, no doubt.
Is this Holmes? Or Sholmes?
Probably. Also Shin. Of course! So obvious.
Yeah, it's Sholmes.
He's the only character that shows up, like, the most unannounced.
Yep.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Films. Don't act like this is new.
Happy, where have you been? Have you been clinging and screaming on the wall?
That? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo, why didn't you notice me?
Why didn't you notice me? Not only that, why are you having a conversation about leaving the country?
Why didn't you notice me, senpai?
Hmm.
Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. About this Asa Shin person.
Oh dear.
To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father's has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't think my father's sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trustworthy, unshaven father to see this scent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato.
We're saving questions for the end of this particular demonstration.
All we can do is pray.
What?
That for once my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deduction is normally correct, Mr. Schultz? Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
Oh, really now?
That'd be ridiculous. I don't hide behind them, I cling to the ceiling.
I see.
So that's what joining us for tea meant. I'll leave some of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Just to anybody in Japan.
Just get to the country. Someone will figure it out.
To whom it may concern.
Right.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes.
Didn't even stay for tea. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. You should know by now.
Iris in the distance.
I'm just a child.
Suzuto also in the distance. I'm also but a child. Okay. No, we can't examine. We can only move. Do we go? Are we theoretically going to the telegraph office and then we go to Mr. Vigil's hospital then? Eventually. Second November. St. Sinner's Hospital. Ward 3.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again.
Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh, Cosmo beat us to it.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself.
Please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years. I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deceptions, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past this time, but we're going to anyway. If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
In very specific detail. Dredge up all
like
the
we
clear...
We should have coordinated with Cosmos so we didn't have to go through
This
twice.
twice, right? Yeah. We already coordinated in the courtroom. Might as well coordinate in the hospital room too.
And then coordinate in the bedroom.
That's the next logical step.
Yep.
I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Oh my god. Oh
It's
my...
even better because if somebody taps back in, they'd be like, "Whoa."
What is going on?
Details of the Reaper's marks. Yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. What day and age to be before photo ID?
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Oh dear. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident.
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes.
So, you'd always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud?
That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes?
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. More specifically, the dog collar. The following day they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We'd arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was midnight on 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But There was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. Coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No.
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean the coffin contained nails?
Yes, I can only imagine there were nails, but also that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out to the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty there are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from someone working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Obviously you knew the man then? The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi?
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by the elite members of the judiciary, he called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
There was a time of delicate diplomacy. Diplomacy. I can pronounce syllables in the proper way. Don't look at
It's a
me.
weird combo of words.
I'm tripping over my words, and even though I'm not going super deep with this voice, it's just enough to throw off the way that I talk normally because I get used to it because I'm already in a lower register of my voice recovering. So I'm like, oh dear,
Yeah.
I gotta raise it again. I gotta raise my voice up.
It was a time of delicate diplomacy. Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman, and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe that what he'd done. So I asked him one day. There's 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
The following day, the closed trial took place. The verdict was no surprise.
Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Isogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Isogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably?
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Isogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? As loud as things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days should be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned? For the personal effects he was allowed.
He could not have his samurai sword. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to having writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
Drop it. Drop it.
What's
Bring
in
it.
your mouth?
Bring it here.
Choose faster.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. You just agreed to keep quiet.
All right then. What's on the paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon?
Well, when you're determined enough, sometimes it turns into I don't know, a battle heart.
I turned it into an origami sword.
Damn. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, It just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished?
He must have eaten it. He got anxious when he saw me saw me see him have it, so decided to chew it up and swallow.
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but
Somehow it disappeared.
it was after Sogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Sogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, he wasn't supposed to have known that it existed. Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Bishop was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh, yes, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it off from memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. Very grateful. The next person will be along shortly to make you go through it again.
Third time's the charm. I'm actually going to lose my fucking marbles this time. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly. So I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. We get a lot of people arrested. Yeah.
Before you go, there's just one thing.
Oh, yes? Well, what is it?
These Sogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered... well... it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. But it's definitely coming up again later.
Fuck!
Some sort of will that Genshin Isugi penned just before his death. which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape? There's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
We see
We're
this.
going to go promptly mention the papers to him.
Promptly mention the papers to him, and not only that, but we're leaving like,
All right, team, let's head out. We're going to go talk to the prison governor.
right in front of the man that got fired by said man. Can we go back? Yes. Oh no, not the prison! Not the prison! Hi. I just come to say hi. I had to come see you first. We were in the area. Second November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office.
Ah, back again, are you? This will be fun.
Ganbare.
Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, hopefully. Well, anywho. The laddie doesn't now work here no more. So your case is now to do with Barclay. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about it. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
By that clock. Aye, Kimmer. You can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Is it cinnamon flavored?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as iron, too.
So, what's brought you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. I almost said a boot. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Gentry's cell. I think it's been called the Sugi Papers or something. Again, promptly mentioning it.
Yep. Man's gonna pop a blood vessel.
Did I no say? Gregson's death is naught to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie, even if it was 3 weeks ago. Let's not flitter about with irrelevant details. I hate the "we" and irrelevant being back to back. His expressions changed completely.
No more little. Whittle coughs? How, what do you call them?
We're clearly onto something here.
Okay. Before we grill him, we are hitting the top of the hour, so it's time for us to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. Ryunosuke incapable of not speaking. I know, Ryunosuke... I don't know if I would trust secrets with Ryunosuke. But yes, let's go ahead and take our ad break here real quick. And we will be right back after a few messages from not our sponsors technically. We'll be right back, guys. Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate. So, we're back
Yeah.
from ad break here. My controller again. Alright. Let's talk to this guy.
That murderer is botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They're Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison state, you mean? Staff, even?
The staff and the state.
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. Forgot how he pronounced it. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
But ask wouldn't I say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing. He jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I do not like to say. That's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would not have jumped from the shock of his crimes have been exposed, eh? I do. You would not say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I can I shun all responsibility myself. I should not let him deceive me.
I see your attorney's badge, Asfar. Thank you for that.
Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at that time now. For Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And when I dream of sending you packing with Nout Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to be saying no. It would be rude to say no. I wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose, if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then. Be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gorey. Maria Gorey?
She likes the victims that have, really been slashed up.
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't I have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't I ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah,
Did we meet her?
I only met her briefly.
Yes.
Mama, what is this?
Yeah, where did she spring from? Probably from Scythe. And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her.
I see gore and it just makes me think of Gordy.
So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure. But I do not ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum working with bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. And decided to do the same with her own life. How can I understand it myself?
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Greggson's autopsy, I believe. Right. The coroner responsible for the incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. But I'm gonna keep doing it.
Yep, that's what I'm good at.
Can you just stay away, new? Leave me alone and then I come back here, eh?
Until we need more information.
And also biscuits.
And iron hard biscuits. Definitely the selling point of coming here.
How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk, even here in the prison, who've heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me.
Maybe you shouldn't also say that out loud in your breath.
Yeah.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Huh. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? Professors, or rather, Internasogis. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. No, Inosuke.
Name's not Jimmy, nor is it James.
Oh, is that the end of silent treatment? Then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no. You're off. You're off at half-cock there. I think you deny quite get your facts straight.
Think your phrasing's a little exciting too, sir.
He was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh. Well, we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee walk around here. I'm sure I can find it. Hey, here you are. See? Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Another calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers? Hey, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, and I doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. Nobody else in this prison ever wrote in Japanese. After all, this drama show this slice there of an execution. Yeah. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case. The Asogi papers have been entered into the court record.
Something before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are nothing to do with Gregson's death. You can't read them. I don't know how you would know that. I'd prefer it if you deny make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I would not just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. Government. I understand.
And I'm going to disobey orders immediately.
I have to go tell Sholmes about this.
Well, boyfriend number 1's losing his mind. Boyfriend number 3's locked in prison. I gotta go talk to number 2. He only has 3 talking points, so.
Yep.
Look at us. I love how he's like anxious in every single picture I've seen of him. This is why University has to keep backups. Backup boyfriends, because they lose their minds and get locked in prison. I see. It's like whenever you have a spare pair of glasses, you know, so if you break the first ones, you have an extra pair you can still use. Here's identification. I already showed him that. He'll be Michi's backup boyfriend. Oh my god.
Who's your primary boyfriend?
I know, I was about to say, I'm like, who's the primary? If you're claiming the number 2 spot, who's the number 1 spot? Hmm. I can't play Final Fantasy 14. Don't worry about it.
There is just like a very nerdy cat boy in the most recent expansion, and for whatever reason, I was like obsessed with the guy. So I started making jokes about it.
Was it the blue-haired one? I think it was blue-haired. He had glasses.
He had green hair.
Green hair. That's what it was. Yes. Remember my colors. I did tune into one stream. I forgot what his name was, but he was like the. He ended up being like co-rulers with the lion girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kwana? I can never quite pronounce his name right.
I agree though. I don't know too much about him, but just from the one stream that I caught of him, I did like him. I don't know what we'd show him though. You want to see Gregson dead? Three talking points. We got the Asogi papers. What would we want to show the Asogi papers, sir? Where do we go from here? I've lost my train of thought. I don't even know if I had a train of thought going somewhere, but if there was ever one, it is derailed. The only weapon I have left. don't know. Maybe he had like a letter and something of his. And that's why Cosmo is so intent, you know? I don't know how this helps us now, though. Oh no, I guess we'll start showing you things. Here, you want to see our cute little photograph?
Governor Kaden, whatever your name. Would you have a look at this? Ah! Wouldn't I rather have a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this. Or maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh? No, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though.
Showing me useless information. Time to lock you up.
Sorry, Cosmo. No handcuffs.
Not into the play. Doesn't like handcuffs. Much prefers Cosmo's headband. Handcuffs are just a little too abrasive. Oh wait, can we go see the girl? Nope. Why would we? Can't present profiles either. Can you shed more light on this? No, he's gonna lock us up. I don't know what else we could show him. I don't know. I have a feeling we probably should talk to him more, but I don't know. Hello again. All for talking points.
Was there more to examine with the Isogi papers?
It's just words in itself. It's not a physical item that we can examine, unfortunately. And there's nothing that stands out to me. It feels very basic. The only thing...
Yeah.
The only thing at the end is just that I regret nothing about my chosen path. That's the only thing that I'm like, curious. But... I don't know. Here, you want to look at them? What's that?
Oh, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all.
It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. You're not the prosecution.
I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we?
That's that. Okay. Thanks, Vince Ikes. Okay, we went to a hotel, we're in the prison. Hell, I know where to go next. This might be a time to pull out the walkthrough, to be honest. I wouldn't think. Oh. Also, the designer just knew exactly what they were doing, not only putting him in white, but making it much tighter than his other getup. Sorry. Just every time I see him, I'm like, why is it so fucking tight? Like, he turns around, you're like, oh my god, like, he's essentially wearing a thin layer of cloth over his pecs. Like, I'm not. You know exactly what I mean, Chai. They made his outfit so much more fitted. And I'm like, holy crap, this guy, like, this is feeling less like a uniform and more of like, I don't know, some sort of. Poopies are vacuum sealed. They are. They are. They knew exactly what they were doing. I'm like, oh my god. I honestly kind of prefer the old outfit, to be honest. A little too tight for me. Not my thing. Anyway, sorry. Intrusive thoughts aside, since I see Cosmo in the distance. 2nd November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office.
No arguments, Prosecutor Soki? You will continue the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart, by the sound of it, he never did know when to back down.
Been seen.
On your way now, Sogi.
My lord.
Cosma. Left without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here?
We all believe in you, Soph. It's gonna be okay.
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
Might I ask you a question first? Have you been swimming, my boy?
Wanted Van Zyke's trial concluded today. The prosecutors say these unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 3.
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information.
Let's talk.
Does Prosecutor Sugi believe that Lord Van Zyke's the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago now, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zyke's made a name for himself in the judiciary. The next trial he fought, he lost. It meant that the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. As the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zyke was responsible? He was brought to trial himself. He was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. Total 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. A long run of coincidences.
Well,
The Ripper? Yep, the Ripper.
the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
The impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's trial of Genshin Isogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You're going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. And Zykes entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. The son of the man Van Zykes had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it seems the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Customized? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. The young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I'm forced to take steps. I'll have to send him swimming.
Send him swimming. No elevators for you, only stairs.
What? What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Yep, because we've been here for 3 hours.
Yep. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree... No. To us, talking with Prosecutor Isogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
His
Have your
office?
sloppy makeouts.
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you.
Do you just commandeer Vin's ex office?
Yeah. He's not using it.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Cosmo's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not all that sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
Prosecutors. My gosh. The bots have been really bad the last couple days.
Yeah.
2nd November. Prosecutor's office.
So, this is the office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama's doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner?
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Cosma. Playing chess with himself.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. Couldn't keep yourself away from me, could you? I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
You have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in British courts.
Chai, oh my god. Vacuum sealed for precious.
I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. I can read and speak perfectly fine. This isn't quite how I envisaged. This isn't
I never
quite.
know.
This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I also didn't expect to die temporarily. Learned a lot of things during my time in London. Found out Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And
We needn't bring up my father right now.
yeah, about what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
So I could kill people.
Following my father's footsteps. He was the professor, I am the student.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Damn, the full name. The distance. The distance of a full name.
It's getting on for a year now. Since what happened on the SS Buria. We're heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. On a bizarre series series of coincidences led to those tragic events.
Bizarre series of coincidences.
I thought I lost my best friend forever.
I'm a changed man, Ryunosuke. You have. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of my room and headed up to the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. Awesome. Thanks for that, Soph. It's like, I feel like I've seen this meme before, where it's like this guy posts online, like, so-and-so's no longer my girlfriend, things have changed, or something like that, and the girlfriend in the comments like, oh my gosh, that's not the way to say that we got engaged, or something.
I make that joke a lot because when I'm in Arya's streams, I'm like, I can't believe Arya took my VIP away.
Mm.
Because you can't be a VIP in a mod.
Yep. Once Cosmo jails this dude, the wedding is back on.
The white is actually just his wedding outfit.
Oh my gosh, damn. He's prepared. He's like, even before I remembered you, Ryunosuke, something told me to pick this incredibly tight. Space, was it like, oh my god, what are they called? Space bags, storage bags, whatever, the vacuum sealed. Vacuum sealed attire. Even before I recalled, I knew there was somebody waiting for me. Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship. We were docked in a large port. A large part? A large port.
Large part.
A large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
Oh, damn. What a great point, Shy. Why is indeed a color of mourning in East Asia, but wedding in the Western sphere, so that means he's getting the wedding and the funeral done at once. My old self has died, Ryunosuke. You must accept me for who I am now, because we were already previously engaged anyhow. Hazama! How dare you! How dare you!
Probably one of the worst things that I've said.
Kazuma, I can't believe you. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I can plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. And money, of course. It is quality. I don't know if it's high quality. It's something though. It is. I know Aria's really missed out, isn't she? Great Ace Attorney Chronicles has brought out something, and you and I both. And it's unfortunate Aria is not here to witness it.
Streaming has changed my personality a lot, and I don't even stream.
Oh my god! Why are they crawling out of the woodwork? They are crawling out of the woodwork, I swear. Ace Attorney is always people, yes. But
Kind of. Like,
they're
we were talking about this the other day.
yes.
Where in the Phoenix Wright trilogy, there was a tension between Phoenix and Miles, where there could be something there.
Yes.
And then you get through the first case in Chronicles, and you're like, oh, they're fucking.
Yeah, like it is like Chronicles gives you, it throws you every bone possible. Like right from the start. Like even if you're not looking for it, it's there. And Ace Attorney, like the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, you could not be looking for it and just kind of glaze over for most of it. But Chronicles, you would have to be so fucking dense to not pick up on any of that. That was just like they're here beating you over the head with it from the outset without saying anything specifically. They were feeding it to you. I think, what was it, Soph, you said that like the first line, not the first line, but like one of the lines is like, oh my god, is like, I can get you off. Like,
Like within the first stream, he turns to him and goes, I will get you off.
yes, yes. You're right. You're absolutely right. You haven't even seen the last of it, I'm sure. Michi's eating good. Oh yeah, Chronicles has been feeding me. And the best, you know what the best part about all of this is? Soph and I have been doing Ace Attorney for over a year now. We've been doing it starting with the trilogy. Soph bought this for me. Soph bought this game for me here. Soph has provided for me here. Not only as a streaming voice acting partner, but also in giving me this game.
We didn't actually originally plan to stream it together. You were just like, hey, this might be kind of fun.
I'm sorry, what?
We didn't originally plan to stream it together.
No, we didn't.
You just decided it might be fun.
Yeah, and okay, for me though, the catalyst for me thinking about this and deciding to invite you to do this was because you bought me this though. Because I'm like, oh man, I'm like, wouldn't that be fun? Because I'm like, we'd already talked about wanting to do some streams together, but I'm like, what do we do, right? And I'm like, you know what? This seems like it'd be fun. And you already do voices for Arya, so like, it's obviously something you do. So I'm like, this would be a good thing to just like kind of work in. And I'm like, I love the original Ace Attorney series, and you said you had an interest in it too. So I'm like, this is great. This is great opportunity. I'm like, you bought me this game. I want to be able to play this game with you. So with the field distributor and head voice consultant. She also has the next trilogy, so those streams are. I know Soph also bought me Apollo Justice. It's great.
That's for your birthday, to be fair.
It was for my birthday. But even still, you got me Apollo, and I'm eternally grateful and excited to get started with it. Because I honestly, I've only touched a little bit of the original, or not the original. I guess it's Apollo Justice trilogy, but Apollo Justice, I've only touched a little bit because I was morbidly curious to learn about who Apollo was. Because I'm like, I like his design, I like the concept of him. I'm like, he seems like he would be my favorite character. And honestly, at this point, I still don't know much about him, but I would say that he is probably my favorite character. I'm just like, I just need to know who he is, and I got to witness him a little bit, and I'm like, okay, we'll play it a little bit longer, and meet Clavier, and I met Clavier, and I'm like, okay, cool, great. I met him. Now I gotta go back to the original trilogy. I can't jump too far ahead. I'm like, I just want to meet him. I was getting so frustrated being stuck on the original trilogy. I'm so normal about Apollo, the most normal. I believe it, Chai. I can't wait till we get started on the Apollo Justice trilogy. Chai, if Chai like absolutely loses their mind seeing Cosmo show up here, I can only imagine what will happen once we start Apollo Justice. You're gonna break your keyboard with how much you keyboard smashed it when Apollo shows up.
Then.
Okay. Got off track. Oh, we were talking about just like yes, I was like, I don't know where we got off track. I'm like, no, I know exactly where we got off track. Okay.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose?
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling out countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity with purpose has shown itself again. Is that what we're calling it? I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course, I had no idea why I moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zex's apprentice then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. Tenacity. Don't talk about my tenacity. We don't need to speak about my tenacity, Ryunosuke. You know it very well. Don't need to share it with Miss Mikotoba here. It took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. 3 hours late, I'd say. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. The secret third katana.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back of the trial involving Trevor. Yep, only 9 days ago.
Only 9 days ago. Yes, I did. Now let's talk about your dad.
Ever since I first met you at UMA, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. Music in the stream drives me mad. I say and the music cuts out. Okay, I say this. They heard you talking. I knew. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at UMA. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
And then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, though I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings.
Bad.
So instead, I showed the letter to Judge That's where I showed it to.
Judge Jojo.
Judge Jojo Siwa.
Oh no. Ah, the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked. Time to judge! Oops. Hello, what did you just say, Kazuma? He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Sogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Orban's like, isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself. It turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Bark von Zykes is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No! He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Awesome.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Man, are we really going to leave it on that? At the very least, we're going to go ahead and leave it on that for our ad break here, because we're hitting the top of the hour. So we're going to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. If you will hang tight here real quick, We'll poke around here a little bit more and see if there's more we can talk to Cosmo about. This feels like a bit of a cliffhanger to be just like, this is it. Okay, get out. We'll be right back, guys, though. Alright, we are back. Thanks for the celebration. I hope ad break's over. It says it's over, but I don't know. Time. We only got through one song and usually we have to go through two. I don't know. Well, hopefully we are back. Oh, my model is not tracking anymore. That's super duper. You can still hit me in the head though. That's great. But yeah, let's poke around here and see if we can present anything. Oh, here. I don't feel good about this.
What do you make of this?
There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom.
The better way.
Ryunosuke, you know I need no evidence in the bedroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. What an apt response after what we just said. That's what I make of it.
I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he?
Unless he's an ancestor of Edgeworth, he probably won't. Here, you want to see our cute photo? No. Damn. Doesn't like our cute commemorative photo. Oh god.
There's a statement that's probably only going to make sense to like 2 people, but I just realized that this is the first Ace Attorney stream after Arya showed off the goth outfit.
Ah, yes. Indeed. Indeed. Well, that happened while I was gone.
Yeah.
But yes, indeed, indeed. Ryunosuke would say the edge is worth it. I don't think there's anything we can show because he's gonna be like, oh, here, we have this.
Kazuma, this is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry.
You are the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
Kazuma.
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend.
Probably the only thing we can talk about. Oh, would you be able to get us in?
This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death is recorded on Inspector Greggson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and scorch marks on the candle. It's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
Yeah?
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Summit. The Berkeley prison, you mean?
We've been there before, Ryunosuke.
I wonder if we did this out of order somehow.
Huh?
I wonder if we did this out of order somehow. Though.
Well, no, it was the
Oh,
previous case.
Yeah.
Ryunosuke, I think you should get your head checked. You're also having glimpses of short-term amnesia.
Well, we're also talking about things that we've looked into again in this case. So.
Yeah. Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What for?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it was a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Kadama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Kadama, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for his surname.
Really? Karma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps it's a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Rinosuke. I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
He hit you with the Uno reverse. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zykes given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well,
Unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
what do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper. And it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary.
Can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
It'll be a bloodbath. Until tomorrow, then. In the Old Bailey. Did we get all our talking points? We did. Okay. Ah, yes, the forensics laboratory now. Beautiful. They're going to cross swords, indeed. There's a reason why it's a closed trial. Well, things have changed in here. 2nd November, Forensics Laboratory.
Place really is creepy, isn't it?
Oh god. I need to take a drink of water, hold on. I tried to go straight. I've been doing Cosima for what, the last maybe 20 minutes? And immediately
Yeah.
tried to go back up to being Iris and no sound came out.
Oh.
No sound came out.
Well, being in that room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being in that room, the coroner probably needs a boat scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris. Do you think we could change the subject?
Oh, we can change the subject. We can talk about the cute little dolls over there instead.
That's not a concerning sound at all. She's just eating off of a stone platter. Don't worry about it.
It sounded like sharpening.
It did sound kind of like sharpening. I was just thinking of like what else could I relate to? It's just like it is an unglazed stoneware plate, and she's just scraping the sauce off her plate to eat.
Yeah.
What was that?
Ah, Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right. I shouldn't be doing that with them then.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, expertly sharpened scalpel, that's like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh yes, please. I'd love to see. Ben, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No. No, I wouldn't do nicely at all.
Are you sure? Your skin looks just the right texture to cut right through. A clean demonstration.
I mean, maybe some other time? Is that a tut? Well, I came here to ask questions, so...
So violently sharpening your tools there.
We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
I'm making a statement. You're not dead yet. So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking with us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean, until we die? I have nothing to do with that. I think that's way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Things change. Surely there's some less dramatic way of making her listen.
Huh. What do we have? Oh, she might know about these. I think that's what they said, right? Oh, she's not gonna answer, is she?
Doesn't seem like it. Can I ask your opinion about this?
Don't forget. You're responsible for putting my mama in chair. Why should I help you?
Well, good question. I don't know if we have anything on him, actually. We might have to come back to you. Chief Justice Office. Dr. Kazuma. I don't know, we can go peek. 2nd November. Room on Fresno Street. Nope. I don't think there's anyone here. At least who we should talk to. Just as we left it. Cosmo kicked us out. Talk to Cosmo. Forensics Laboratory. I highly doubt it. Hi, Iris. He kicked us out too, didn't he? He's like, don't you come back. I feel like there was someone that we didn't finish, quote unquote, maybe talking to. I'm trying to remember who that is now, though. Let's see. It was him. We only had 3 talking points. We haven't gained anything new though. The papers that he gave us. What would we need to show Maria if she would talk to us? I don't know. We need to look around the room?
This looks different to before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look!
Yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
Now how I practice.
Pretty strange. Sorry?
Mama always said that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Huh. Right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. But Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
Charming.
That's quite different to what I'd imagined.
Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Certain cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually.
Yes, the wood too, made from the bones of 10 people. My best work. It's hollow inside, you see. I decided to grind down the bones and put it in.
Some Black Butler shit. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore as best I can.
You're strange. wonder who's the strangest.
Me.
There's anything particularly fresh work surface.
Table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
This feels familiar.
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here. I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home.
I don't know what to show her. Surely we shouldn't show her the autopsy report because we already talked about it. And she didn't want to tell us anything. Here, do you want to see a picture of a dead body? Do you want to tell us all about what you did to it? Maybe I shouldn't have phrased it like that, but still, maybe it might be pertinent to tell us about at least a little bit what you did to it.
No.
Doesn't hurt.
Dr. Gory, I actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
Never thought I would hear a pleasure to work with in that context. We can skip those details.
Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Can you imagine a coroner, like a Japanese coroner walking in, sees a dead body that they're about to work on and just bows to the body and just like Yoroshiku.
It's better than Ikitakimasu. or however you pronounce
Itadakimasu!
it.
Man, yeah, I'd worry if someone walked in. Coroner walked in and went, Itadakimasu. Gochiso-sama.
That's what Kazuma says when Rinosuke comes in.
Oh my god. Itadakimasu.
But there is one thing about the report that's got my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
Oh no, she's armed again.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
And please, tell us what happened.
Ooh! Time of death to time of death?
So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By who?
Mayor Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
We don't need to talk about that, I'm going to say. We don't need to talk about that.
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November, when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory. You're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions. And sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother.
Give it here then.
Huh? What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written
What? What's written? Tell us!
indeterminate.
But
The details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record.
Now we have the updated autopsy report.
Ha ha! Take that, Cosima!
What do you mean by that? Why is the time of death indeterminate?
when the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
I don't know, we met some weird people. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body on ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
Today's science is intense enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at most, it might have been a day earlier.
No. Why are you that surprised?
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
You informed Lone Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerator of that size in the vicinity,
Oh yes, one other thing. Something the governor of Berkeley Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently you always enjoy listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago?
That's not all Mama did.
Oh, sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clayton Van Zykes as well.
Will you tell me he's also not dead? What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zykes, Professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zykes. They both spent their final moments before the burial on that dissection table there. This lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
He really is proud of a mother. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory?
Let's talk. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Platon's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
I mean, because you admitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Stronghearts forbade you from including it.
Oh no, there's more than one.
Lord's Stronghearts?
Lords, strong hearts.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was cursed by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago.
Also now.
What?
And also now.
And also now, yes.
The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. I feel like that shouldn't surprise you at this point.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. She's going to stab you while you're looking.
Alright, turn your back and kneel down real vulnerable-like.
Let's see, Van Zykes, Van Zykes.
I told you you could read the records, but I didn't say what the price for it was.
I also didn't say you could leave.
I need to make another doll.
That's...
Sorry.
That's strange.
What's this girl muttering under her breath?
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zykes.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It's Rise from the Ashes all over again.
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
No. You don't mean...
Harlock Sholmes was his name.
Holmes. Deep down, I knew that was...
What other consulting detective do we even know about?
Do you think he stole the records?
And then ate them.
Oh no. Surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Anna?
Iris?
You know something, don't you?
Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do.
You're...
Oh my goodness. Whoa, right into this music. It summoned an Arya. Hi, Arya. Playing Fields of Mystria? How is Fields of Mystria? I hope it was good. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Also, thank you for the follow. Lushy Life? Lushia? I'm going to mispronounce that. But yes, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the memory database. Welcome to Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Welcome in. I know, right? Indeed, it is silly pink girl music. It was a lot of
I
fun,
totally
very
didn't
cozy.
just copy that Greg message for Aria's message.
Don't worry about it. But yes, welcome in, raiders. Hello, hello. I'll introduce myself here real quick. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I'm a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make shining memories with you all. And like I said, we are here tonight in Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And I've come to the realization that my model is no longer moving again, so you'll just have to take the soulless stare of my eyes staring directly into you. So yeah, welcome in, everybody. I hope you enjoy your time here. If you do need to take a break or, get a drink of water and all that good stuff, or even go to sleep, please do so. But if you would like to stay and hang around and watch Soph and I do silly little voices for our silly little characters, we welcome you here. That's okay, only one person has pronounced it right so far, even after I write it out phonetically. Damn. Hang in there. Gambarune. Look at your attorney's badge. I see your attorney's badge, Aria. Thank you for the hydrate as well. I will hydrate. My poor throat is in desperate need of it after talking as Kazuma for like 20 minutes straight. 30 minutes straight. You can also call me Lily. Alright, I can remember Lily. Okay, I will try to remember Lily. I can pronounce Lily. But yes, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow, though. Okay. Back to silly voices.
I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. There's no need. You and Reno can take your time here. Bye now then. Good luck.
Bye, Iris.
Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
I'm probably gonna roll away because spoilers, and also I shouldn't stay up much longer. Okay, thanks for the raid again, Aria. Have a good night. Bye. Also, Michi cutting out. Oh, with Iris. Probably. Who? Me? Cuts out. I try my bestest. It's been a struggle jumping between Van Zyg's Kazuma to Iris specifically. It has been a trialing task on my poor sick throat. Oh, Iris.
Have you, Iris?
Yes. 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Or you could be reanimated like Kazuma.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but a mustache.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pop for you when you get home. Gotta
Nope,
run.
I don't think Michi knows what that means.
Have to rock and stone? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
It's a dwarf game.
It's a dwarf game? Okay. I see.
Yeah.
Well then, indeed, Lux, you must rock and stone.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises. Sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clinton Van Zyke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now.
A very amicable host. I think we should, just check. Nope. I figured not, but... Gotten the information from her. What did we technically learn? That's not what I wanted. I remember what my buttons are? No. We haven't learned anything. Well, we learned some things. We haven't got any evidence. Oh. We learned Strongheart had put a gag order on her. Which is not surprising. We could have probably figured that out ourselves. How's Fresno Street going? Anything new? Oh, indeed, there is stuff new.
2nd November, room on Fresno Street.
Police are still busily investigating in here, then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes. It has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it?
Sorry guys, I'm back! I had to take Toby out to go pee.
Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Killing people.
Damn. Please don't, Gina. Please don't.
Well, I suspect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually... There's something different about this room since the last time we were in here, isn't there?
I don't know, is there no... Readerscape, what do you see with your... your special eyes?
Bye, Bran.
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Well, let's look at this box here. This case.
This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs to. There are some initials on the outside. Look. T.G.
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off!
Gina!
Well, where were you hiding? In the trunk.
I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but
What? Spit out, I do.
is it fair to say that you've only owned this trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk gone with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
Let's talk about your trunk, or actually your boss first.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. Should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff on no one else the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zykes, who used bribery and corrupting to evade conviction.
Well, and obviously. It was that blooming Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They would flaming let me. Well, I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it. And he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I seemed to peek at what it said anyway. Oh.
That's our Gina.
Secret notebook.
So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Well, yeah, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the badgers supposed to have gone. Oh my goodness. I've been doing pretty good on a trip over all this so far. All details about the badgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? And as it happens, it was full of names I recognise anyway.
Well, Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
So? What was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. It was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. I don't suppose it means anything, but...
Do you say Shen?
What? It does mean something.
Lord Van Zix knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook.
Damn.
His death note.
His death note. Getting us started before. Way back when. He didn't have an actual Shinigami, so he's like, I'll just hire someone. Don't worry about it. This is my destiny. My justice will prevail. Okay, we are hitting the top of the hour here, though, real quick. So before we continue on with our conversation here with Gina, we're going to take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight here real quick. We'll be right back after a few minutes. So, see you in a little bit.
Right.
Alright. Thanks for the celebrate. So, let us continue speaking with Gina.
Welcome back. Thanks, Chai.
I was telling Soph this on the ad break, but I don't know how much you guys can hear it. Because my voice seems like it's gone fairly back to normal. I just feel it in my throat and it feels deeper a little bit just because I've been speaking deeper. But having this ailing voice has been really fun for voicing the guy characters and also with Gina. I don't know, it gives it a certain je ne sais quoi.
Ha ha ha.
Oh ho ho. Baguette.
We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating them there. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before. That'd be the undercover investigation into the Red Hood we've done.
And the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove he was pretending to be in, didn't you, Odo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, he ain't the only one turning stuff off. I've got my own ways of getting results. When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down.
Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, but it's business, isn't it?
Heck.
Anyway, the point
Anyway.
is... Huh?
I don't know why I started reading that.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I don't know why I started reading that.
You wanted to voice Toby.
Totally.
Anyway, the point is, if you don't ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the around there.
Right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honest.
Little dogs have those kind of mentalities. The hound.
Gina, about your hellhound there.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
Should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day. There's Toby here who managed to locate Driver's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Did we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder?
What do we want to smell? The murder weapon?
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Intensely sniffing.
Yep.
The Chief Inspector said, "What's that, Odo?"
Yes, I heard.
I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. Damn.
Ain't you got nothing else?
I'll have a think.
What do we not? What do we have? What do we? Presumably under Inspector Gregson. Presumably that's Gregson's as well, because I think that had the key
Yeah.
that went to wind his clock.
Yeah.
Is it the wig? I can't think of anything that has personal effects in here. Well, let's try the wig. Yeah, I want to see another demonstration. Oh, it's new.
We're trying to trace Inspector Gregson's movements, so
Come on, that egg.
what you got for him?
You're telling the chief inspector to get shit up, I wonder?
Your wig? I don't know.
Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Please. Please be it.
He might be a little too keen, don't you think?
Off he goes.
Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to. Nope.
Oh my! That trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, must have belonged to him. Who would have thought?
Oh, alright. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
Nearly got away with it too.
If it wasn't for you two meddling kids and your darn dog.
But it's your dog.
It's your dog at this point.
Okay.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah. It was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh.
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
Trunk time!
It won't like that. It just won't.
What are you talking about?
I knew it's going to do that, hey yours. That ain't won't happen.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we are trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips?
Miss Naruto! I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. It's been a while.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk.
You mean they heard the sound like a gunshot and all filed in here?
Exactly! I nabbed it from the scene! Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said? I'm a panini now.
Hey, I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore. So, but that's all I did. Nothing more.
What you had in the maneuver the check over there? Taking a dead box of stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you all about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Briggson's trunk has been entered into the court record. Toby.
What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively toward me all of a sudden?
Mr. Nutterhead, be careful! It must be the trunk. Oh my god.
This is how we die.
The Hound of the Baskerville! Toby! Oi! What are you doing? I'm gonna lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Only I can toss you to the ground! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage! November, 4:57 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you all right?
It's Buster. Oh, conscious again at last. Blessed relief, my dear fellow.
You.
After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemingly is irrelevant here, Mr. Solms. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, this is on my head. Bandage?
Bandage. Also, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the head pats.
Hello.
I'm not sure how to go about pronouncing your name then. Is it? I want to say apple pen. And pineapple
right.
apple pen. Yes, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. We're playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tonight.
Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water.
Ooh,
Is that word?
I don't know. Feels like it
It'd be a mess.
Yeah. Sugar water.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let's take tea when you're being up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Only his forehead.
The bump of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Just standing, like, strike a pose in the background, just like, haha, I am smoking a pipe. Casually angled in just this good direction to get my best side shown off straight to, Mr. Naruhodo. We what do? So we talk to the man who seems to be conspicuously in the background.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled. When I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead. You mean, the professor? Fortunately, I see your prize throat is unscathed.
Prize
Sir?
throat. Prize throat. Unscathed.
He wants to kiss it later.
He wants to mark it later.
Or I heard he did while Inosuke was out.
Man, Toby was going real town. There's a bite mark on my neck. Yeah, yes, Toby. Yes, Toby. Toby got you bad. Man, he's got a big mouth for such a tiny little terrier.
That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some broken protection. Is that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick.
I don't know about
Which
that.
cheeks? Ikitakimasu!
Gochicho-sama!
I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
That's all you had to say. Okay, so we'll ask what do.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
Is it? It's just that it's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. You see, I forgot my shovel over there.
And what do you need to do with your shovel, Mr. Naruhodo? Also, it's a spade.
There you go. I don't know if you wanted to keep going, or...
I know it is a good time. Gonna pause. Oops. It feels like we'd be kind of opening another can of being like, Sholmes,
Yeah.
what have you done? What have I done? Good, my dear man, what have I done? The paperwork you stole from the autopsy room. Oh, okay, that one. Okay, I was afraid we might be talking about something a little more throat related. But yeah, it's probably a good spot to stop. Let's make a save here. There's my thing. Boom! Save. We're not harrowing at a harrowing part. We're at a good stopping point. And we've been going for about 4.5 hours, so I think this is pretty good. As it is getting late, and unfortunately I also have work in the morning, so that is something I need to wind down for. Thank you for the stream, you too. Thank you for coming by, Chai. Thank you for everyone for stopping by tonight. Let's see here. Today is Thursday. So next I have on the docket is we're going to be doing more Genshin summer event this coming Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. You can have a great night, Lux. I can also have a great night. We can all have a great night. I shouldn't read chat whenever I'm trying to go through my shield because I'm not going to be able to say the words I want to say. You can check out the schedule for the week posted on the Twitter, and also if you want to join the Discord, it's also on there as well. And we also can chit chat and chat off a stream. So it's a good place to go check out and, you know, join the Discord, follow on Twitter, all that good stuff, so you know what's going on with our stream schedule for the week. Like I said, we're doing Genshin on Saturday. We're going to try to work on finishing up the summer event because I have been so busy that I did not start it until yesterday. So we still got quite a bit of things to go through. Let's see here. What else do I usually talk about? Thanks for the celebrate, Asfar. The concussion is going to help me think so much, I'm sure. Definitely very helpful to my brain. Let's see here. Do. It's online. You know what? We're talking about Genshin. So let's... You said it's helpful to hear. Thanks. I appreciate it. We were talking about Genshin, so we'll go ahead and we're gonna raid out to Annie, who is playing Genshin Impact, speedrunning the Genshin event. So applicable? Yes, applicable. Topical. Need very topical here. So let's go ahead and. Oh my gosh! I almost spelled raid with an E again. I don't know why I want to spell raid with an E. That is just like my personal way of spelling raid, I guess. But here are the raid messages. The first one is just the general one. The second one is a sub one. So please click whichever one is applicable to you. We are going to raid out to Annie, like I said, who is playing the Genshin Impact. Looks like she's playing the summer event. Let's go ahead and get this pulled up here. Look. Yes, it does look like she is playing this summer event. So let's give her let's love. And yeah. My brain is tired and does not know what it wants to say. Does it know what it wants to say? I don't think it ever knows what it wants to say, but it especially doesn't know what it wants to say whenever it is worn like it is now. But yeah. Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I hope you guys had a good time hanging out with Soph and I. And thank you for Soph joining, even though both of our throats are now in arguably worse condition than they were before we started stream. But it was really great to get back into doing Ace Attorney again. I've really missed it. So this was super great. And we're getting closer to... We have one more case after this, don't we? After we finish this one, we have 5, right?
Yep.
I think so. So we're getting there. We're almost there. Working through it. But yeah. Thank you again, everyone, for coming to hang out. I hope you had a good one, because I had a good one with all of you guys. So, until next time, this is Michi signing off. And I'll see you guys on Saturday. Have a good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.